Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the €150 Czech Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We see Marson here with Pocket Kings. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. 28 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 3,013. Guts of €60,000 for the eventual champion today, including a 10k ticket allocated to first, second, third, and fourth for the World Series of Poker Europe. Tatsa says, good afternoon, Tatsa. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. We had a lot of action last night. Florin Balan is still in the field. One of the chip leaders, I believe. Bagged the guts of, must be nearly 15 million chips last night. No, he had 91 big blinds. Or 97. Very close to 100 big blinds. Coming into today. We don't have him at our feature, but he is at one of our outer tables. We have Marson, Tan Lee, Savas, Mikael, Donald Duck, Marianne, and Yasin Kaya. We have Germany, Switzerland, Slovakia, Turkey, and Poland all being represented under one roof. Greetings wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the King's Resort website. What an opportunity it is for these remaining players playing for this kind of money off a €150 buy-in. The Czech Poker Masters. Patsa says, Donald Duck is funny, where is Goofy? I'm sure there's a few goofy players remaining in the field. $400k is the bet on the flop and 400k is the call. Call me, he's playing in the background. Seems very appropriate here. For a poker tournament, is going to bet 300k. Savas wants to see what Yasin has for that price. And Yasin is going to take that one down, playing nearly 20 big blinds now. So with 28 players remaining now, they have all locked up over a grand, €1,050. Marson raising into Michael here in the big blind v blind action. Pocket fours. Smaller size than Michael might peel there. I actually like that he went about 3.5x. Seen some players min raising from the small blind yesterday. It's just not going to get the job done. Often enough, you want to be making it 3x minimum, 3.5x, sometimes even 4x. We see an open from under the gun +1 from Tan Lee with the ace-6 of spades. Defended by the 7-5 of diamonds. Flop is king 9-6. Good shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw for Marson. Tan Lee. Bottom pair, top kicker. Will bet one big blind. Marson, all options on the table here, can raise or call. I think calling is just fine. Does call. Diamond rolling off. Marson picking up a pair on the river, just hoping to get the showdown. Tan Lee checks back. There's 28 players remaining. Average stack is 5.3 million. Just shy of 27 big blinds. Marson 3 betting to just shy of 1.5 million. With the ace queen offsuit from the small blind. I like the sizing. Take the hand. Puts a lot of pressure. Back on Marianne. Leveraging his entire stack. Five big for Marson. And then it can drop off there between first and second. 25 for Marianne. Michael with 23. Tan with 19. Yasin with 16. Savas with 14. And Donald Cook rounding out this Czech Poker Masters feature table is playing 11 big blinds. Things for Savas making a 550 to go. Berta just win raise off this stack depth in the hand as strong as kings. 27 players remaining now. Marston raising from the cut-off. Michael calling. Marston with the ace queen. Michael with 10-9 of diamonds. Marianne coming along for the ride. The big blind with Queen 5 of Hearts. Flop is Ace 6-4. Marston betting 550 and takes that one down. Page jump has been reached, by the way, with 27 players remaining. That means they're all guaranteed €1,350 now. A lot of ace queens out so far today. Ace queen taking that one down as well. We see a bet of 500k here on the King Queen 8 flop. Yasin has top pair as well. And now picks up a spade flush draw. This will be very difficult for Yasin to get away from his hand at this point. Stack to pot ratio is less than 1-1. Does Tan Lee just go for the lot here on the turn? Or do we bet something really small? I like betting like 10% pot here, 275, something around that area. Goes for 275. Will quickly get called. is a 10. Not a great card for Yasin now. Ace Jack gets there. Some other 2-pair type holdings. He can only really beat a bluff now, even though he has top pair himself. It's just the kicker problems. Well, Tan's going to let him away here. Expected to see it all go in on the river. Don't think he was getting called anyway, but he will take that one down now, playing 5.35 million. We pick up the action here. Blind v blind. Aces against the 9-7 for King Jack. 10-7 is the board. Not the greatest of runouts here for the aces. And yeah, Sin going for it now as the ace of hearts as well. Marston gets out of the way. 26 players remaining now. Again, we see Marson with the big stack here, making it 3.5x, putting a lot of pressure on Michael from the get-go. As 25 players remaining now. Savas making a 550 to go with pocket tens from under the gun off 13 bigs to start the hand. I like that he's not ripping. He's going to go into raise call mode with his pocket tens or proceed with caution. He will take that one down with the pocket tens. We see a raise here from Michael, which is not something I expected to see. Raises to $1 million and change. It will work. Risky business there, with not much going on with the ace deuce. Mix it down. Donald Duck's going to put a stop to that. Takes that one down now, playing 7.8 bigs. Donald Duck should be ripping this one for 7.8 bigs from the small blind, and he does do just that and takes it down, taking down the blinds and antes. Now playing close to 10 big blinds. Two nice pickups there for the Donald Duck. Ace king for Lee. Marston calling from the small blind with pocket fours. I'm not in love with this call. Tan's going to have quite a condensed range. Raising off this stack size pre-flop from under the gun. And Tan's going to bet 575 here on the 10-10-8 flop. And I don't like this call from Marston. 2 over cards on a pair board against this relatively tight opening range, which it should be from Tan Lee from under the gun here. Turn is the queen. Now, does he continue firing or does he want to check back? He decides to check back. I think that's totally fine. Marston's going to have some queen X that will have some backdoors that he decided to call with on the flop. Hands like queen jack, queen 9. Maybe king queen, maybe, although we blocked that. Marston would be delighted to take that one down a showdown there. And Tan is kind of like, what are you doing, brah? That was supposed to be my pot. Tan Lee going for a standard rejam here with the ace-10 suited against Michael in the small. The original opener. Michael's money will feel like it's dead money for Tan, and that's why you're going to see him use that. Take that one down. We see Marianne raising to 500k here from the cutoff. He will take that one down. Bird is flying by to say hi. What's up, Bird? 23 players remaining now. All guaranteed €1,350. Small blind is 125. Big blind is 250 with a 250k running. Big blind ante. Average stack somewhere in the region of 25 big blinds. Yes, in shoving for 5.1 bigs into Marson. And when we have our big blind invested and our big blind ante already, I think we have to call here for 3 additional big blinds and change. Quick maths. We don't like it, but we can bloody well afford it, and we do have a king in our hand. How are you getting on, Bird? What's happening, my man? The sun is splitting the stones here in Ireland. I would say it's close to about 30 degrees. Marson will call. So it's 5.1 total. So it looks like he's called for 4 more. But his ante's not included there. I don't think so anyway. Jack 5-5. Ace hits the turn. Yasin will double up. Marson still playing a very healthy 50 big blinds. There's a big double up there for Yasin. His opponent having 2 live cards, and he's now playing 11 big blinds himself. Spin and win. We see Savas shoving for 6.4. With King 9 off suit. Yassin is going to call from the button with pocket 10s. Savas in a lot of trouble here for his tournament life. It is ace, queen, 9, queen. No king or 9 arriving on the river. We have another elimination. Yassin taking that one down, now playing 20 bigs and 22 players remaining now. Always a sweat, says Bird. 'Tis never easy. Do see another all-in and call. The ace-7 getting it in for his last 4.5 bigs. I actually think you can make a solid argument for folding this pre. The ace-7. It's 4-7, jack-5. With 21 players remaining now. Are we about to hit 20? It's an ace. Sit back down, Felix. You're now playing 11 big blinds. Here we see Michael shoving from the cutoff for the guts of 20 bigs. Round to Donald Duck, who's playing sub 10 with pocket sixes. We can see this would be a great call. And he probably thinks like he's flipping at best and then doesn't really like it. I would prefer to see him called and fold here. Not going to get too many better chances. This exact scenario. You're sub 10. You already have your big blind invested. You already have your big blind ante. I can make an argument for folding deuces, threes, fours, maybe even fives. But once we get past fives, we're beating too many hands that Michael can be shoving from the cutoff. And if we're flipping, sometimes you got to win those flips. He does show him and fold, and Michael getting away scot-free on this occasion. Average stack now over 7 million and 21 players still remaining now. Not the biggest fan of that fold there with the ace jack. It was a lot of pressure being applied from the king three of hearts. These guys came to play poker. I just think ace jack suited, once we get three bet, our hand is going to be too strong. In that exact scenario. If you are just tuning in on this gorgeous, fabulous, glorious Monday afternoon, it's the final day of the €150 Czech Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This bird says, hi! What's up, bird? Ace King 3 is the flop. Michael with Ace Deuce. Felix with 7-3. And Marcin with Jack 5. Under the gun against small blind against the big. We've seen Felix before, by the way. I recognize this geezer. Michael betting 650, and that's going to be the end of that. Felix is all in over the top here. We've got action. Marson raising to 500k. Putting all in. And that probably gets Michael out of the way with sevens. Eights or nines. I think we just rejam. No, he's going to go with sevens because it's only 8.5 big blinds, which will contain all the underpairs to sevens and hands like ace, deuce, ace, three, ace, four, ace, five suited, usually. So he's going dancing. Big flip for the two boys involved with 20 players remaining now. 5.25 million in the middle, up for grabs. It's a fair fight. 54% for the ace, king of hearts. 46% for the pocket sevens. 10-9-4 is the flop, all clubs. Turn is the king. Terrible turn card, considering Michael had the clubs covered, but it was the spade. There's the club on the river. Wow. Shakes his head and giving out, but it matters not. Michael getting there on the river. Now playing 8.5 million. Felix has been eliminated. 19 players remaining now. 1,725 euro is the current payout. Max Wynn says, damn, that's unlucky. Sure is. Was a flip going in, though. We have to remember that part. And we see another big flip. Tan Lee with nines. Marianne with ace queen in the big. 7.3 million in this one. Wow. Set for Tan Lee. And that's going to really put a dent in Marianne's aspirations in the Czech Poker Masters. Gets a glimmer of hope here on the turn. It's actually a great turn card for him. Any jack, any seven now. It's a seven! Chop it up, boys. The jack for a win, seven for a chop. Right. What a time for him to pick up aces there. Just gets the blinds and antes though. Donald Duck getting rid of his king 5. Strongest Hippo says at least the chop. Everybody, look. No. Not on this channel. And on this flop, an open ender for Michael. Yeah, Sim with a piece of it, of course. Marson betting 550. Don't really like this bet. There's just way too many hands that are going to call here. We just have 2 clubs in our hand. Not many good back doors that we continue firing on. It's multi-way. For all those reasons, I would prefer to just check and give up this one. Yasin is going to call. Michael's going to call. Turn is a 7. Now, Yasin on the river here with a full house needs to try get some value. Wants to bet somewhere around 1.4 million, I would say. Goes for $1 million. Yeah, maybe 1.4 starts pricing out certain hands that could call, like ace high, etc. We have ace high ourselves, though. Wants to get paid by all those under pairs. We can have a busted diamonds, busted straight draw. Yeah, Sin getting that one through. Or getting... Taking down the pot. Wanted a caller, obviously. 19 players remaining now. We are 3 eliminations away from a redraw. Current payout €1,725. And we see an all-in from the cut-off from Marianne. With the ace-4, Marston calling with the ace-queen of clubs. 7.5 million in this one. 25 bigs. Marston, 3-1 favourite. There's ace-3 deuce on the flop. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Needs help on this river. But it doesn't arrive. It's the Jack of Hearts. Marston now playing almost 50 big blinds. 18 players remaining. And we are 2 eliminations away from the redraw. I think his jam is just about fine. Sometimes any more bigs than that, we want to just start min-raise folding. Use it as a blocker. Off 12 in the cutoff. Can't be too mad at it for shoving there. Standard enough stuff. Obviously, we would prefer to be suited. Stratus is in the house. As all the 5s were in the burn cards. I guess we'll never know, Stratus. They must have been. Welcome. Nice to have you with us. 17 players remaining now. 1 elimination away from the redraw. 5-8 deuce is the flop. Marson with 8-3. Tam with ace-7. And Michael with king-jack. Button against small, against big. Marson should just be betting this one. See where he's at. The case, Stephen Martin, and I would say that's going to be the end of that. No, it's not. Michael's raised to 1.45 million. We're very speculative King Jack here. The alarm bells are ringing here with this top pair with a free kicker. One block all diamonds. Our opponent can be doing this with some ace-x type holding like maybe ace-3 or ace-4. Raise the check raise with a block all diamonds, something around that area. Not going to be going anywhere just yet. He's trying to call over 5 million in the pot now. Back to pot ratio less than 1-to-1 as we hit the turn. I don't really like Michael doing this because he's no backup plan. If he had a diamond or something, some better backdoors, well, look, there you have it. Always coming a jack. Not like that. My very poor Martin Abdullah attempt. Not like that. Michael shoves and takes that one down. And that is going to bring us to a break. We're going to be coming back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to the final table of the Czech Poker Masters from there. Hope you're enjoying the show. Lots more action to come. Things are just heating up here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Lonnie's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check
Goodbye.
that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Aschan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Ilani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it
Right.
wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
Well
ace
sweated
king
you a
and
little
two
bit.
kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all
That's more
Asian
easy to
affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
37.
Oh, my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas
continue
Ashan,
to
for
shit,
taking it on the chin like
why not,
that.
you know?
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's a
on
lower.
the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do that.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited.
Okay, I think.
Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without glasses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw
Folded a queen.
helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he...
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, you know, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like
yeah,
Chef,
no.
Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well, but
Yeah, that's not wrong.
the chef, you know, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't
Meanwhile-
wake up happy either.
No. Sutera,
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
But
heavily Catholic.
it screams ace 9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's
So
actually...
the louds what you do,
No, I don't think there's levels
Okay,
to this. I'm adding levels to something that
well, I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on,
But now when you're Radishi,
stop it.
does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off pretty
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace 10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen, king for us.
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see
Of space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now
are
look at the
hard to
lips in
play, huh?
turn from Sutera.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
But you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
it's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king, queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs by coming through with a call.
Now,
He's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi
That's clear.
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open. 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king, queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
There it is.
Arai
He shares my thoughts.
induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just
It's a
kind of
really-
questioning what. This is
I think so.
unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and it's, well, we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. right?
Correct. And
So-
the bigger aces also to be
Yeah.
maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And
Well,
check.
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. He can get behind it, tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and
Time to get to
enjoy a
work.
deep stack.
He has
The
the,
options
build.
are, I mean,
I
this
have
guy-
to tell you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean,
Yes.
he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2 seat. You're
Yeah.
sitting in 7, and
Yeah.
he's like, no, I got this. King Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Aishan. Has itself some issues here. Has an open to 5,000. Is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we can see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth, 40-ish big blinds. I think king queen suited just good enough. You're gonna have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these king-queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace-10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Ilani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold, comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door, so like king, queen of spades perhaps would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot, as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Alani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what, with his range as a whole, prefer to do. We do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli, as the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Ilani, and then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It is,
know it's
but the check
70.5
raise,
effective.
yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking at like 2 pair plus, and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace 10 and ace king that slow play pre, as well as I guess aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace 5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king queen of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often though. It's a big confrontation here. We're gonna need to see some help if king queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to get himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of heart river, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just in time to see Marcin with his ace queen against Marek Podrani's flopped straight. We could see a lot of moolah get in the middle here. With 16 players remaining now, blinds are still 150k for the small, 300k for the big with a 300k. Running big blind ante, that's 150, 300, 300. To see a bet of 800k and a call. Turn is the three of hearts, and that's not a great card for Marcin. He now has the nut flush draw to go with it. It's very difficult to get away from his hand now if it wasn't before. Marcin checks. Now Marek wants to bet an amount that sets up a river jam. No, decides to check it back. Playing very cautiously there on the turn, and the 10 of hearts has arrived on the river, and now Marcin with the nut flush. Remember the hand we seen last night if you were tuning in the early hours, past midnight it was. We had a hand where there was a straight flush getting max value, shoving like 2.5 times the pot on the river. Here we have nearly 4 million in the pot, and it's a pair board now. He wants to bet somewhere around 1.6 million. It goes for 1.55. Mark absolutely hating life now, deciding he's going to call. I don't really like calling with just the 9 of hearts. It's unlikely Marcin is bluffing. Marek deciding to check back to turn for pot control. This has paid him dearly. Cost him dearly is what I meant to say. God damn it, man. Sometimes my brains don't work too good. If you're just tuning in, it's the €150 buy in the Czech Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Donald Duck shoving from under the gun here with the pocket fives. Mark making it 900k to go here from the hijack. Martin with a monster here himself, pocket jack. going to be making it somewhere around 2.5 million. A little less. 2.2 to 2.3. There you go. 2.35. Mark, going to get it all in on the flop here. We'll see how unlucky he is on this occasion also. This hand plays itself. Set for Marston on the Queen Jack 10. Not much you can do. Top pair, top kicker, and a straight draw. Four spades. Diamonds. That is going to do it from Marek. Odzani eliminated in 16th place. That means 15 players remaining out. Marston saying a whopper of a stack. You have Milo. That is as well. You might remember Marston was coming in. Yuki, Stanley, and Fogtan as well. 15 remains. 6 eliminations away from the final table. Martin now with 70 pigs and Milo with 44. Rocket. 41. Fogtan with 37. Yuki with 13. Donald Duck with 10. And Stanley with 9. With a look in these last two tables. Martin over the 20 million mark. Takes that one down with the ace jack. Average stack has now hit 10 million for the first time. With the 33 big blinds in the third. 53 and a third. Rocca's not slowing down here, is he? Betting 1.65 million on this turn on the A7 3 Queen. Putting Bogdan in a difficult enough spot. Going to be forced to let his hand go now the majority of the time. Not the worst odds in the world to try hit a slush on the river, but would rather have a backup plan to go with it. So he's probably just going to have to let this go for 5.5 big blinds. Does decide to call. River is the ace of clubs. And now it's not amazing for Rocca, is it? Just with Jack High. Diamonds miss, hearts miss, but it has paired the board. A lot more difficult now to get a 7 to fold. Bogdan probably feels like he has to get like a king high to fold, maybe even a weak pair. So we are going to see him bet. What can Rocca Mackie Ulias do here with just Jack High? Beat some 10 high flush draws. We're just going to be forced to let it go. And a nice pick up there from Bogdan to Lisa, who we've seen on this stream before. And there is ECW King. Says, wham, bam, thank you, Dan. We missed you last week. Well, I left you in the very capable hands of Richard Hayes. Heard he done a great job. Great to see it. And we're going to see a Flipinski here because Lucky has ace queen spades and Donald has pocket tens. And in she goes and up she flew. It's going to be a big coin flip for both players involved with 15 players remaining. No pay jump to worry about. So the money goes in. Set for Donald Duck. King needed for Lucky. Oh, and he gets there on the turn. Donald Duck needs the board to pair now. 7 outs, or we're going to say goodbye. Quack, quack to Donald Duck. And Donald Duck has been eliminated. Lucky scoops the booty. 14 players remaining now. 2 tables of 7. And we see the 3-bet coming in from Marston there with the king queen. Gets the queen 10 suited out of there. Milo min raising from the small here. Sorry, no, 800k. Look, he's going to call. With the king 10, and Milo just wants to bet this now. Somewhere around 6 to 650. No, he's going to check. I think we bet for protection, / value on the flop. Perhaps he was going to check raise. Bogdan with the min. Marson with the 3-bet to 1.9 million with the jacks. With 13 remaining now, by the way, pay jump has been reached to €2,300. The pink chips that have been introduced into play today are 500k a pop. Bogdan's 4-betting to 4.1 million here. Really selling the story that he's got a monster hand. Not ideal for Marson. But once we 3-bet, if we know our opponent is capable of 4-bet folding, we really want to be 5-betting, 5-bet jamming, especially when we are the covering stack. Instead, Marson decides he can pick better spots. Decides to 3-bet fold a hand as strong as jacks. If we're going to 3-bet a hand, 3-bet fold a hand as strong as jacks, I would prefer to probably just call and play in position with 13 players remaining, 4 eliminations away from the final table. We see the all-in the call. Tan Lee in good shape, but has a lot of outs to dodge as we hit the river. Wow. Never easy. Squeaky bum time there. Underpants stuff, but Tan Lee gets over the line, is now playing 12 bigs. Big moment there, the big double up for Tan Lee. Tatsa says he would have pushed the jacks, but I'm a fish. I prefer with the ace queen. Did he have ace queen suited or ace queen offsuit? Yeah, if the dynamic is set up that way, we want to be 3-betting to 5-bet all in. Such an amazing pickup with the jacks, but when we run into it, we're running into queens plus. It's not a good scenario. It's the absolute nut worst situation for us when we have like 70 bigs. We just don't need to take that risk. I could go either way with it. If I know my opponent is capable, then I'm going to 5-bet rip. I don't want a 3-bet fold a hand as strong as Jack. So I will either call in position and take a flop. Or if I'm 3-betting and my opponent 4-bets, basically clicking it back with a little bit of cheese on top, I'm going to 5-bet rip. But this is €150 buy-in, Czech Poker Masters. A lot of recreational still in the field. We're playing for the guts of €60,000 up top. You just don't really need to take these high variance plays. Even if Florent Bellin is still in the field. And the blinds at 200, 400, 400 now. 200k small blind, 400k big blind with a 400k running big blind ante. Rokas with the ace jack suited opening, getting 3-bet from Bogdan with the ace 5 of hearts and the hijack. Well, players remaining now. As Tatsa says, every pot is important. Absolutely, especially 3 eliminations away from the final table now. Nice to have you with us, Richie. Current payout €2,300. Two pair here now for Milo. On the King 10-7. Rokas defending with 5-3 of clubs. Top pair for Milo. 600k is the bet. 600k is the call. Some backdoors in it for the small blind here. Does pick up a good shot straight draw now. Milo probably just wants to get to showdown. And that jack of diamonds rolling off, giving the straight to Roca. About 1.5 million. Gives Milo 2 pair. Terrible run out for him. Will call. Gets the bad news. And Roca's now at 16.6 million. Milo losing a few mil there. Still hovering over 11 million. Lucky shoving over the top of Milo here, and I don't think Milo should be folding pocket eights in this lineup. Hijack against the cutoff. For 11 bigs total, 2 bigs invested. It is all in the call. Deuce 7-3 is the flop. Turn is 9 of diamonds. Ace or queen needed on this river. It doesn't arrive. It's the jack of diamonds. We have another elimination. It looks like we've had one elimination on the outer table. So we are going to have 10 players remaining now. And that means we are on the final table bubble. man shoving 10 deuce of hearts here on the button. I'm not the biggest fan of this. That was a very brave shove. Hatsa agrees with me. Ten remaining. Payout is still 2,300. One more elimination, almost the difference of €1,000. There will be a break when we reach the final 9. We'll come back with the final table of the €150 Czech Poker Masters. 2 tables of 5 right now. Blinds are still 200, 400, 400. And that's going to do it as far as I can tell. We have our final 9. We're going on break for the guts of 20 minutes. Going to come back with the final table. Hope you're enjoying the show. Things are really heating up, and it is all to play for. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track
can you
this
Gabriel of the
career
situation?
path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's see your stack. Let's see
within the framework that
what
works.
you have. Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there's nothing more validating than a sight in the YouTube
aces,
chat of
aces.
one Claudio De Marzo, who says
You're good, yeah.
it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube
Well
handle,
played. Well played.
That account
well played,
name?
well played.
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
So, 8.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat, and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah,
You know how he was
yeah.
shaking on. I'll be the anti-Cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there. How
Ooh.
much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which
100
I'm
is too much.
soaking
If it
up
was
in the
29,
booth here from
99,
Berkey.
It's
100,
ambitious.
No, too much.
It's
The real Cabrera would
It's
never
gonna
put
work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
it's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man. Pocket queens. And you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPP Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 9-9-8 board. The queens
How fortunate.
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words, too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the thing that connects the 2 lobes, maybe you got some extra threads between those
or maybe
two
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time, unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4, trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO Wizard Sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket 6s, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here as the pre-flop raisers follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, yeah,
a
basically.
counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with your
No,
story, but
no, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because sixes can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
it happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well,
Berkey, you're just thinking back
Well,
on your own life right
yeah,
now.
you know,
You nutbag.
you got to bluff something, Ali. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Milosevic, and of course Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air.
It's too tempting, such a big tournament, but it's also
But we
like
need to
6
scout where the
re-entries.
Euros are going in December.
6 re-entries, or maybe even more.
And
because
then
of,
maybe
like,
go
they have,
somewhere
like, a lot of-
else.
a lot of flights. Yeah,
They make a field tough.
still hesitating. And I also has to go to Las Vegas because I leave some money on the deposit, and I should show up, you know.
Okay, Bahamas it is, Ali.
Must be nice, by the way. Shoko's like, I gotta pop by Vegas. I left some
Right.
some money on deposit.
Well, you're a man about the world. You don't.
I don't leave money on deposit. when I stamp my passport at customs, it's with all the money that I bought.
you don't have some drop-off points across the globe?
Nah. Try to stay off of Homeland Security's radar, Maddie.
Well, that's easier said than done.
And also probably not the best thing to say.
Right.
Why am I trying to stay off the radar? Ace 10 is very much on the radar of this ace queen as a 6K opener from the small blind. This is a modern day cooler, as our booth brethren Henry Kilbane likes to refer to it. Let us observe how Thomas wants to approach the affair.
I actually thought you were comparing Thomas to Henry. They are a bit of a doppelganger.
You know, as I look at that image there, you're right about that.
Take a day off, mate.
I don't know that we're going to be taking a day off with this ace queen. However, do you feel like a 3-bet is compulsory, or do we balance with some flats?
It's a little bit tricky because my understanding is there isn't a lot of raising taking place from the small blind. I feel like ace 10 off might be a bit on the wide side, but I could be wrong. Usually, especially at depth, you want to lean on more suited hands.
As raise candidates, if you're Stetsura?
Yeah, but you know, ace queen is ace queen in a 1v1 spot blind versus blind. You're going to be ahead of the vast majority of those opening hands.
So we go up to the 3rd floor. King 7 tray board presents no immediate assistance to either party, although, of course, eyes on that ace of diamonds, potentially, for the freshly minted stack of Stetsura, which does cover Ace-Shan.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see Thomas come with a smallish bet here. These are kind of the confrontations where too much money can find its way into the pot very quickly. A hand maybe stepping a little outside the norm with the ace-10 off pre. You find a little hope post with that backdoor diamond draw, backdoor straight draw. Suddenly we find ourselves on the river, you know?
13,000, and I'm not sure that we're all that river bound with ace 10, although maybe we're turn bound. TBD.
I would suspect that he probably has a little too much hand here to just fold versus quarter pot. But you're right. The hope is a bit bleak. You could be drawing dead to pairs, assuming you're up against something like ace-king. Making runner and realizing it out of position, not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you do need to kind of, in a chess-like manner, consider future moves.
These are the type of spots, though, and the type of boards. You get a little creative. you know, you're not going to have that naked ace of diamonds all that often.
Listen, that left brain activation can prove expensive from time to time, although consider if all of a sudden he did do something, how ace-queen would feel about it. A flat, the chosen path, a board pair now, which does present opportunity to the Ukrainian.
I wouldn't suspect very much 7x in either range, which is probably going to slow Thomas down here quite a bit, because it will funnel his opponent to so much king x and diamond draws, neither of which he's such a big favorite against that he needs to start funneling chips in the middle.
So it goes
There you
check,
have it.
check, and there is the path to the chop that I hadn't considered. Finding the ace in both camps. King kicker plays.
I wouldn't be shocked to see something along the lines of like block bet jam here.
Instead, it is a check from Stetsura, and I think he's kind of hoping that maybe he sees a normalish bet sizing out of Aishan, who is deeply incentivized as the pre-flop 3-better to rep this ace-king high board.
Yeah, personally, I'm quite greedy in these spots.
What's that, Gordon Gecko?
I think unless I gave a lot of credibility to Stetsura to being capable of having ace king here, I would go very large, somewhere between pot and all in, just trying to put a king in a blender. He seems to have kind of positioned himself into having mostly just bluff catchers as played. But yeah, wouldn't really fault anything from half pot to pot.
Well, what have we here? Into 64-5 comes a full
There you go.
pot-size bet. And now the polarity of this sizing creates some discomfort for Stetsura, because you don't necessarily love calling 65,000 in the hopes that you're simply going to be able to get half of what's out there.
Right, yeah. I think like most of the time you're expecting to chop. Some of the time you're expecting to lose the ace king. But, you know, let's give Thomas some credit. He's not just going to triple off all of his bluffs. He may have some hands here that find themselves at bottom of range through the bet check line that are kind of forced to rep the ace. This is really the only size I think he's going to choose one check to on the end.
I think the non-zero frequency with which we just scooped this one, if Aishan is ambitiously bluffing for half of his remaining stack, is part of what lathers forward the call.
Yeah.
And let's carve it up. And Thomas is, yeah, there's
That's
the
pain.
eyebrows. Yeah.
That is
Oh, okay,
pain.
buddy. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips.
I think
Might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Komoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Velocevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyung Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split
King
pot.
of spades, money back.
Kamoshi
Yeah.
facetiously pretending not to have a grip on
Oh,
the
I
game.
know.
And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee,
60.
Oh,
given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. We're going to see Marcin give up there after firing 2 on the Queen. 5-8 ace deuce board. Nice pot there for Ronnie Schubert, undeterred by the second barrel. Hard to pull the trigger there with just 10 deuce on the river. There's the man himself, Florian Belan. Top 3 coming into this FT. Ronnie Schubert, the chip leader. Marcin losing that pot to Ronnie. And Florian there in third. And Yasin with 44 bigs. Rokas with 42. Milo with 40. Joker with 36. Bogdan Tilisa with 30. And Tanley, your clear short stack at this feature. Sorry, at this final table. It is the feature table, but it's also the final table of the Czech Poker Masters. If you're just tuning in, that's what you're watching on this Monday evening. And it is all to play for. Current payout is €3,283, with the winner of this one taking home €47,300. First, second, third, and fourth all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at the King's Resort later on this year. And this is live as live can be. We are on a 30-minute delay. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Come on down. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Belan, who had 97 bigs, I think, coming into today, finds himself well in contention here at this FT. Yasin is going to 3x, and if Belan had like Queen 7, maybe even Queen 8 suited, you could let it go. But with the 9 kicker, plays very well. We'll call and we're off to a flop. Florian with the best of it here on the Queen, Jack, 3, deuce. You see the bet of 1.5 million now from Florian. That's just going to be the end of proceedings. And Yasin will let it go. So, Florian Belan's going to take down that one. Average stack, by the way, 42 big blinds. Still a lot of play. Even if it is a 150 buy-in. Long, long way to go yet. Interesting flop here. Small blind against under the gun +1. Raised to 2.2 million. Joker with the overpair. Good shot, straight draw. Not going to be going anywhere. And just absolutely rips the lot of it. Rips Insky. No messing around. 34 bigs in your face. I probably would rather just see as in call and not raise to 2.2 mil. Yasin forced to fold his hand. Joker taking that one down. Now playing 18 million. You look at the difference between 9th and 8th even, it's from €3,283 to €4,650. Big boy jumps from here on out. Top 5 all going to get a 5-figure payday. Yeah, Sin with pocket sevens opening from under the gun +1. Ronnie with 100 bigs to start the hand. Will complete in the big with deuces, looking for a little ducky. It is 10, ace, 3, 2 hearts. I need to take that one down with a bet. Deuce is going into the muck. Balan with the best hand now on the river on the ace 6, 8, jack, king board. Gets there. Should be going for value now. Somewhere around half pot. Little less. 1.2 million. Decides to go for way smaller sizing, and I actually kind of like it. It will get paid by a 6 or an 8 now. Mightn't get paid by a 6 or an 8. Had he bet 1.2. Balan knows what's up. Playing close to 50 big blinds now, 20 million. As Richie asks, are they still called walking sticks? 7-7, they sure are. Let's get a little look at that leaderboard. 74 bigs now for Ronnie Balan. In second place now with 40. Rokas with 36. Joker with 35. Milo with 32. Yasin with 29. Marcin with 26. Bogdan with 24. And Tan Lee on some form of life support here with 5 big blinds. A lot of work to do for him. Bogdan taking that one down with a C bet with on the ace jack 6. One of the better players at this FT. He is up $117,799 on his Kenda Mob. And Stanley moves all in for 4.6 18 kind of hearts under the gun. One he is going to call for 4.66, and I actually think this is a bit of a stretch for the ace deuce offsuit. No Stanley is going to be shoving pretty wide here, but the ace deuce not going to play too good. You can see it's almost a coin flip here for Tan Lee's life, the tournament life that is. Jack A5 is the flop. And there's a 6. What about for Tan Lee, but he still hasn't hit any of them yet. Has he hit the river? It is the 9. Gets there. This bumps the air and is now playing 12 big. Marcin Matula has a total live earnings of 13.5 grand. So nothing too crazy there. And look at this for a flop. Can you spell fireworks? Ronnie, flop and a flush. Ruckus with a set of 8s on the ace 8-3. We've got action. Ronnie only needs to bet somewhere around 800k here, close to a mil. Does bet 900k now. Does Lucas want the fast plays set? Try get money in the middle against hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack. I think we want to make it somewhere around 2 million on top. And that's, yeah, basically 2 million on top. Ronnie gonna Hollywood this one up a little bit. Ronnie just wants to be calling. Five of clubs. Great card for Ronnie because it might complete some 2 pairs. Like ace 5 that decided to check raise. Although kind of unlikely in this ICM dynamic. It's not a spade, I guess, is another advantage. And that's a very large bet, 5.3 million into 8. Thought he might go a little bit smaller, but it sets up a nice river jam. I would think Ronnie would just call again. Does not want to see a 4th spade on board. But it's more likely that... There you go, just going to shove. I don't think Ruckus is going to be folding a set of 8s. And he's going to call. And he's in a lot of trouble here. Size of this pot. 70 big blinds in the middle. Ronnie's going to be overwhelming chip leader. Needs to avoid an ace, a 5, an 8, or a 3. It is a 9 of spades. And Ruckus has been eliminated in 9th place. And Ronnie now going to have over 100 big blinds. Incredible. What a difference a hand makes. Nothing Rokas can do there. Once he bets 5.3 million on the turn. Feeling compelled to call it off. Jay Wisello, Johan the main man, subscribe to Tier 1 for 35 months now. Let's play poker, he says. Hello. Welcome. You're just in time. This board says, Hodor. Hodor. He did Hodor. It was a big huddle. It was Richie asked Johan, how was the Dutch Cup? Yes, how was the Dutch Cup? So 8 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,650. For the chip leader now, he wants to just keep that foot on the gas. Milo going to 3-bet with the ace-10 off suit. Jay Wasello says no result became fourth in the summer camp preliminary round and won a semi-final ticket, but it was super fun and I participated as a dealer in day 2. Sounds like you got a bit of an all-rounder there, got to do a few things. Average stack 18.8 million now. Blinds are still 250, 500, 500. Milo. With the eights, 1.1 million to go. You bet of 800k here from Milo. Flooring with ace, queen of hearts, just defending. Not a good turn card. Not a good hand to be pocket eights once that turn card arrives. Wasn't looking too hot on the flop, but not so good now. Whoa! That's a river card. It's also an action killer though. Any 10 makes a straight. Maybe Flor and Balan will make a very small blockerish bet here. Balan checks, hoping to get the showdown. Milo with the full house. Definitely wants to be betting somewhere around 2.5 million, I think. Now, having said that, he doesn't have much bluffs in his range. But if he thinks Balan could have a 10, and does go for that aforementioned sizing, 2.4 million is the bet. Balan very stoic. Can see a world where he pays this off, but he's losing to a lot of hands. All the 10x is just going to check back on the turn as well if you're Milo. Unless it's King 10. Balan is talking to him. Tells him. Holding a decent hand here. Fella. Oh, Milo will scoop that one and now playing almost 22 million. We see Florin flopping 2 pair here. Milo just with pocket fours, 3 overcards out there. He's going to call for this small of a size, and I'm still not the biggest fan of it. It's going to be very difficult to get to showdown against a lot of players. Never mind Florin Balan, who's going to put you under significant pressure on turns and rivers. So you just got to go second barrel, 3.2 million, takes that one down. No harm, no foul. Nearly 40 bigs now for Florin Balan. $3.3 million is the 3-bet from the aces on the Bhutan. That's enough to take that one down with the aces. Aces again. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Aces against aces. Let's see how much Hollywooding goes on here. $1.6 million is the 3-bet. Basically clicking it back. Justin's just going to call. Jack 5-6 is the flop. $2.3 million is the bet from Milo. So it goes bet and a call, and now 9 million in the pot with the 8 of diamonds rolling off on the turn. Yasin checking. Milo just deciding how much to bet to set up a river jam. Just decides to move all in. Both players with aces. Chop it up, boys. You see the 3-bet here from Bogdan with King 10 off suit. As Richie says, there's a chance of 1 in 48,000 for both players to have aces. Wow. These players are no pros. No, well, Florin Balan is. That's for sure. It is €150 buy-in. A lot of recreational still remaining. Pressure is on. A lot of nerves. Lights, camera, action. You know the drill by now. What an unbelievable opportunity it is for them to win the guts of €60,000. Ronnie deciding to call nearly 7 big blinds here from the small blind with fours. He can well and truly afford it, but I might just let hands like fours, deuces, threes, and fours go and call like 5s or 6s plus. Tanley can't be that wide, although we did see him shove 10 deuce earlier on the button. So it is 7s against 4s. It is 8-3 deuce. Turn is a jack, river is a king. Big double up there for Tan Lee. Balan is going to complete his option here in the small blind into Yassin with Jack 9 of diamonds. Wants to be checking his option the majority of the time. He's going to pump it up here, it looks like. And Balan will let that one go. Blinds are now 300, 600, 600. That's 300 small blind, 600 big blind with a 600k running big blind ante. Balan going to min raise here with pocket nines. And looks like Milo is going to use this one as a 3-bet fold. So Balan is called pre. Milo is going to bet 2.5 million. I expected to see a 4-bet pre all in from Florin Balan. Just decides to call in position. We'll call the 2.5 million. Look at the size of this pot now as we hit the turn. It is another 10. Surely Milo has to give up now. That's a really big pot there for Florin Balan. Getting extra value, calling pre, getting the extra 2.5 mil. His opponent bets flop, checks turn, and checks the river. And there's Faint B saying hello in the chat. Hi! Faint B was with us all last night, seen it all unfold, didn't you, Faint B? Nice to have you with us. Milo just going to take that one down with the King 5 on the Jack 9 3. There you see the leaderboard. Ronnie still with nearly double the chips of anyone else at the table. Balan in second place firmly with 42 bigs. Yasim with 27. Bogdan with 27. And the rest with in or around 20 big blinds or less. We see a 3-bet coming from Bogdan here with the 10s over the Joker. Joker is better off just completing his option here in the small blind off this stack depth. Get 15 bigs or below, could just open rip. Bogdan applying the pressure there. With the 10s, a legit hand. Presume he was 3-bet calling. Nice pickup for him. Morrison's going to shove 16 bigs, blind v blind with the ace-8. We'll get the job done. Take that one away from Ronnie. Takes down the blinds and antes, uncontested. Ace Jack here for Milo. Milan calling from the big. These two tangling again. Good flop for Milo. Just one overcard for the 7s. Definitely could see some money go in here. 2 million is now the bet from Bilan. Great river for Bilan. Great hand to be pocket sevens on the river here. And Bilan might get called by the ace jack because Bilan would most likely have to bluff this river if he had busted spade draw, busted heart draw, busted, I guess, some form of a straight draw, flush draw combination. But I'm going for a very small size and just going to get picked off immediately by Milo. He's going to get the bad news, and Bilan wins another pot, separating himself from the rest of the pack and putting himself firmly in second place. Very nice play there by Florin Bilan. Granted, he did get there on the river. And the way that played out, he probably thought he was getting close to max value. Jay Wasello says bye for now. Goodbye, Johan, the main man. Ace is out again. Bogdan, min raising them. We've got action on this flop here. Joker's going to raise to 3.5 million. Balan open-ended. 1 overcard to his pocket pair. Joker's not messing around. Wants to get the money in. Lauren is going to put them all in. Joker calls it off. This is a huge flop with both players involved. Almost 20 million. Joker 69% equity. Top pair, top kicker. 31% equity for the two. Red 10s of Florin Balan. 6 hits the turn. Florin will still have over 20 million. But if he wins this one, he'd be nipping on the chip leader's heels. He gets there. Wow. Very unlucky for Joker. Florin Balan playing almost 42 million in chips now. And we suddenly go 7-handed for this title. We did see 9-8 suited fold from the big blind. I actually think that might be a bit too tight. If it was 8-9 offsuit, we would definitely fold. The suited variety is going to play pretty well for one big blind more to call. So 7 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €6,500. 8th place taking home €4,650 for his efforts. Very unlucky on that river. Balan with the best of it once more. Ronnie picking up a flush draw here on the turn on the 5-5-8 jack. Balan with the triple ladders. 600k is the bet from Ronnie. And look at this. Balan only a couple of mil ball behind Ronnie now. River is the 10. Ronnie has to know he can't be getting to showdown with 4 high. Goes for a smallish sizing, about 40% pot here. Balan with the chunky raise to 4.6 mil. And 4 high going into the muck. Yasin with 9-4 diamonds. Balan with the king 3. Flops top pair. We'll bet 1 big blind. Yasin wants to see a turn card, backdoor. Diamond draw. Floats with the 9 high for now. Turn is the ace of spades. Turn goes check, check. River's the 10 of hearts. .1 million is the bet from Berlan. So there we have it. After taking down that hand, Storm Balan is now your chip leader. 76 bigs, 30% of all the chips in play. Ronnie with 72 bigs and Bogdan with 29. We have Sin 23, Mark Sin 23. Milo with 16 and Stanley still hanging in there in seventh place with 10 big blinds. Stan taking that one down with the ace queen. Milan taking down the blinds and antes with the ace-5 of hearts. Milan getting a walk with the pocket nines. Last hand before the break here, folks. Florin completes with 4-3 of clubs. Yasin loves bumping it up. Bumps up with the 4 deuce. Milan will call. Dominating the 4 deuce with the 4-3. Not something you see every day. But look at this. Florin Milan running pretty hot at this FT so far. So good. King 4-3 is the flop. $900k is the bet. Now does Florin Milan want to check raise or just check call? With a small sizing from Yasin. Could make it like 2 million more on top. Putting a lot of pressure back on Yasin here. Yasin, we all sin. This thing going nowhere for 3.5 million more. Ten of hearts hits the turn. Not an ideal card now for Balan. The flush gets there. Some better two pairs. I just think we see him jam now. Does jam. Yasin should be folding now. But against Florian Balan, he might level himself into calling. What do you think he's going to do in the chat? All vote now. Yasin might think if another heart rolls off that he's going to have a flush. Or he will have a flush, but would he have the best hand at that point? Balan could be making a move here with something like Jack Queen. Maybe even Queen 9 some of the time. Now, Balan has just started talking to him, and that would make me want to fold more than call. Faintby asked about live tells late last night. Well, that would be one of them. Surely if he did nuts, he wouldn't be saying anything. But then again, it's Florian Balan. He's going to be very comfortable in most situations. We can see that, in theory here, you should be folding your 4 deuce basically all of the time, but in practice, he might feel like he wants to make a stand here against Florian Balan. Florian Balan could have a hand like, see, we block ace deuce. That deuce of hearts is kind of important because we block some of the hands that Balan would check raise with that contained hearts. But he won't have deuce 5 of hearts. Deuce 5 of hearts would just fold. Well, obviously he can't have deuce 5 of hearts, what I'm saying. He could have something like 5 6 of hearts. 5 7 of hearts. Yasin just feels like he's so much invested now. I think he's going to call. Oh my God, he called. And needs to hit the river now. And it's a bad day to be trying to hit the river against Florian Balan. River is the 8 of spades. And Yasin cannot get there. Florian Balan now playing over 100 big blinds. Good luck beating that man now. Over 100 big blinds. We're going on a break. 6 players remaining now. Yasin taking home €6,500 for his efforts. Things are really heating up, especially if you're Florian Balan. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Yeah, well, it's It's warfare out there,
tightest fold
Ali,
for the
and
day.
Yes.
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
9-4 suited? Not so bad.
Put 'em to work or
They're
put 'em
not
to
like
bed?
exactly
They're not
what
as useful
when,
in the
9-4
chamber as they
suited.
are sprayed onto the
That's
battlefield.
right.
I know the
right.
value of money. I will not offer them.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few in some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here being looked at by Vaitulionis, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus two Kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposato wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cut off open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding. Whereas like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposato isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eyes deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. 1 ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king.
Two games, sir.
Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vaitulionis
Forza Italy.
arrive at this feature
Forza.
table than he is dispatched.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the
They're eating
cats.
the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velocevic open. Ace-5 of clubs. mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack 10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack 10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these two guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. I'll play flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we could just let go.
A rare 4-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Natal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Natal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. His board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently 4 ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. Note Velocevic does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Natal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radicki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radicki has arrived here with just 1 patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6s, no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible out.
Alrighty, guys, just back in time here after the break to see the elimination of Marson on the Queen 4, 9, King 7. I was attending to some turkey there. Also, I've got builders in and around the back garden. Gotta let them in each day, let them out each evening. Sometimes they need a hand with things. That's builders for you. I missed two big hands, but thank you to Richie. Milo doubled up with King King against Ace Jack, and then Tan Lee doubled up with Ace Queen against Balan's Ace 6. Balan does have a habit of doubling up people, alright, but he did just eliminate a player. We are going 5-handed for this title. If you're just tuning in, it's the final day, the final table of the €150 Czech Poker Masters No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. So we see the elimination of 6th place, taking home €8,550 for his efforts, and that means all remaining players guaranteed a 5-figure payday, minimum of €10,700. And now comes the big boy business side of things. Difference between 5th and 4th is from €10,700 to €13,300. So difference of a few grand there. But that's not all. First, second, third, and fourth are all going to secure a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place later on this year at the King's Resort. So this is a massive, massive pay difference between, huge pay jump between 5th and 4th. Thank you for your help there, Richie. It did go fast, yeah. It was away for short, and now 8 with ban. I don't know why his message is being deleted. He's just asking did someone get eliminated, as far as I can tell. And Richie says, you see, if you look away, you miss lots of action. Well, why is it when I'm here all day, every day, I don't seem to get, it doesn't seem to work that way. What do you want me to do? Just fucking to leave the office more often, is it? So you'll get more action without me. Is that what you're trying to say, lads? Let me know. As Richie says, he was talking to Bird. Yeah. I hear you. And Balan's going to be opening very wide now in pole position. Expect to see him open wider and wider with what's at stake between the difference of 5th and 4th place. Even Ronnie now, he's got over 20 million more than Ronnie. He can even put pressure on Ronnie in certain situations. Doesn't want to get in a huge battle with Ronnie, of course. The word is the bird, and the bird is the word. Yes, indeed. Ronnie goes for the min from the small. Would prefer to see a larger sizing into someone like Florian Balan, especially when Balan has us covered. Don't want to be giving this guy opportunities and reasons to be seeing flops when you're out of position. I would like to see him go way larger with the 5s or just complete. Florian wins another one. Kings being kings, 57k for €150 buy-in. There you have it. Ronnie 3 betting to 4.6 mil. Action back on Bogdan. One of the shorter stacks now with his Queen Jack off suit, going for a steal unsuccessfully. Ronnie putting the pressure on, takes that one down. Average stack still 30 million. Oh, Ronnie's going for another 3-bet against the same player. Following hand. Ronnie takes down 2 in a row. Florin taking down 2 in a row. First one with ace king, second one with tens. Ace king for Ronnie. 3-betting Milo. In raising. Kings, of course. The kings of kings. Takes down the blinds and antes on this occasion. Milo is going to shove 10 bigs here on the button as the shortest stack with Jack 10 off suit. We'll get that one through. Ronnie with ace queen. Balam with the best of it here on the Jack 6-3. Again, I want to see bigger sizing if Ronnie's going to raise pre. He was min raising, it seemed to be his go-to. You want to be making about 4x against Balan out of position, even if we are on a huge bubble. Therefore, I think just completing is the superior option in this exact dynamic. Tatsa says Lee is still playing. He is. The scrappy underdog has been down and out many times, but has found a way to still survive, get many pay jumps, and still in contention with 5 players remaining. Ronnie betting 1.6, Balan snapping him off. Warren Balan now over 75 million. Milan just shoving now. Shoves with the queen 10. You can afford to do that very wide. Swiss boy saying he limped actually. Yeah, no, I know he limped with the ace queen this time, but a couple of times we've seen him min raise from the small blind is what I was saying. Nice to have you with us, Swiss boy. With the ace three shoving from Milo, you can not going to be able to call with pocket threes. Now, Bogdan shoving 8.4. Ronnie might have to call this one with King Jack. It's sub 10 bigs. It's blind v blind. And it's pretty good hand with two pictures. Does call. This is underpants stuff. Squeaky bum time. Bogdan with the ace deuce. Ronnie calls with the King Jack. 14.2 million in the pot. That's a very good start for Ronnie. However, technically on paper, he's still behind. Turn is a 6. No ace, no deuce, but it doesn't matter. Bogdan doubles up to 14.2 million and Ronnie takes a hit. What a hole that is for Bogdan. Very difficult to stay ahead after that flop against King Jack with ace deuce. As Kush Khan, he says, it's our Irish lad. Yes, definitely not English. Nice to have you with us. Yes, Richie, we do have 1 million chips in play. Thank you very much. They are the yellow ones you see in front of the players. 500k are the pink and 100k are the white. Milan takes down another one. So we have an all in and a call here. Milo with the Queen Jack of Hearts, Tan with deuces. I don't even know if I call deuces blind v blind, just because we're going to be flipping at best almost all of the time. Well, that's very convincing, Lee, isn't it? 4-4 deuce. Full house for Tan Lee. He's been very patient throughout the day for the most part. Milo's basically done for. GG. That's a massive sigh of relief for the remaining players who have guaranteed themselves a pay jump and 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So 4 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of 13,300 euro. The game done change now. They don't have the 10k tickets to worry about. We play on until we have a champion. Flush on the river now for Ronnie on the 10-5-8-4 deuce. Balan with the ace of diamonds. Does he want to use this blocker? Rep the nut flush with a large raise. Ronnie is 35 bigs behind. Could make it something like 12 million here, 10 million. Instead, just wants to call. Ronnie wins one against Balan. And it's set now for Fran Lee and Balan with a monster draw. With his Jack 7 of hearts. And Fran is just going to call. We could see a lot of chips go in here. 7. It's not so great now for Balan. Now he has a pair, which got straight draw and a push draw, where he could have been playing for the lot there on the flop. Won't want to make the pot huge now. He's got some showdown. Yes, there on the river against the set. Balan bets 4 million and quickly gets called. Not much Fran Lee can do there. Not much bluffs going on for Balan by the river either. He says that's why you don't play a set on the wet board. Because he says robotic and voice alert. Okay, hold on one moment, please. Thanks for letting me know. We see a bet of 1 million here on the turn and the call on the 9, 5, 10, 5. That should be a little bit better now. ECW, that's the first robotic scan voice alert I had all day. Ronnie is going to win a showdown with just ace high. If you wanted that bluff to work, a little bit more with the 3, 7 of clubs. Ronnie with the 9s here. The lamb with the best foot on the 4, 10, 8, 5. As he blind. He raised to 3.3 million. With the blinds now at 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. 1 million rupees. And he will take that one down. And Lee giving a walk. Form with Jack 4 diamonds. Let's go. Bogdan taking that one down. Ace Queen taking that one down. Hi, J Not. Bogdan with 12 bigs, ace-10 offsuit on the button, just wants to be shoving this one. Milan now 82 big blinds. Ronnie 38, Tanley 15, and Bogdan 14. Get out at the bottom of the leaderboard. Florin Milan with 55% of all the chips in play. Trips for Ronnie with his ace-9. Milan with pocket tens. His ace-king is the flop. We'll call one. The turn is the 6 of diamonds. Jack rolls off on the river. Milan checks. Ronnie wants to bet somewhere in the region of half pot, 5 million, something like that. Goes for a tiny size in the 2.5 mil. For that price, Milan might even call this. Milan will fold. Just not a great pair to have. Pocket tens there. You block some of the draws that would bluff on the river. And for that size, and it just seemed very milky. And Ronnie with queens here facing 3.3x from Bogdan with pocket fours. I expected to see him just rip this one from the button. Bogdan just raised calling with pocket fours. Oh, if he's going to raise call, I would way prefer to see him just rip. It's Jack 9, Jack Deuce. The river comes to 10 of diamonds. No 4 in sight. Bogdan Tilika has been eliminated from Romania. We're going three-handed for this title. Bogdan taking home €13,300 for his efforts. And a 10k ticket to the WSOP. We're going on a break. We're going to come back with some three-handed action where Polan is in pole position to take down this title. All players have locked up a minimum of €18,300. See you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here.
Just looking over Kim's resume as we see this one brewing with a Lee Open off of Queen 10 of Hearts.
Now, these are the kind of dynamics that can lead to people maybe over-responding, right? Kamoshi's been very active when it comes to the single raise pots. Now he immediately finds himself in a good 3-bet spot. Should somebody wake up behind with the old ace-5 suited, perhaps, maybe they get in a little trouble. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Now Lee is going to be left to fend for himself with the Queen 10 suited. I imagine he'll continue through a call. Might just fold, given his stacked up.
So Lee is dominated. Doesn't know it, makes the call here, and these are larger commitments out of his stack. Queen in the window is bad news, especially with a couple of 5s behind it. Berkey, this is a problematic spot for obvious reasons.
Yeah, at an SPR of 2.5, it's going to be very hard for the money not to go in here. Although I do think that it's going to require a little bit of massaging of the pot. You can't go too strong here if you're Kamoshi. You don't want to just let your opponent assume that you have kings or aces and get away cheap. 12,000 is a good start here. Lee's obviously going to follow through with a continue. And then we can probably just get the rest of the chips in through a half pot type of sizing scheme.
12K sets us on this journey, which rates to end poorly for Lee. Another 12 off of his thinning stack. Pot up to 78 now. Ace Queen performing very well. Now our kicker no longer plays. Not that we expect that 10 of hearts is of much use relative to the queen itself if we're Lee.
Yeah, and there's only one combo of Queen Jack suited remaining, so as Kamoshi, you're not very fearful here. You also block Ace 5 of hearts, which is very important, so you're really never beaten in this scenario. You just need to make sure that the money goes in as easily as possible and as efficiently as possible. I think the best way to do that is to set up same percentage of the pot over 2 streets.
Is this what we now?
sizing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is that the term that's kind of been percolating?
It's a nice little hack that the solver has unlocked for us. So roughly half pot here would get the chips in most efficiently.
About 26,000.
I think the problem with going this small is you set up a bigger than average river jam. So you're jamming now for like 66% pot on the end. He might be able to get away from some single pairs. It applies a lot of pressure. You do get the call here almost always, of course. You could still have ace king. You could be value betting thin with a jack in order to check back river.
You can sense the discomfort that Lee is experiencing despite having a good bit of hand here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't rate to come to an end on this river. He's got 76, and Kamoshi could very well ask for all of it. Just completely unconcerned about not having a winner with ace-queen here. And once we get called across a couple of streets, you do get the sense that a hand that can call does lurk.
Yeah, certainly. You almost always are going to have Lee positioned into having a worse queen here. On occasion, I suppose, he'll have a hand like ace-jack with a backdoor flush draw that might have a very difficult river decision. But most frequently, in order for you to get called 3 times here, he's just going to have an inferior queen, of which there's a fair amount of them. You know, he's probably going to have 2 combos of king-queen suited, 2 combos of a queen-10 suited.
Ace queen.
Well, this was a decision for Lee's tournament life, one that has come to an end.
Unlucky.
Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace-jack.
Facing
This
a
is
consecutive open now from the chip leader, maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he shifted gears, but Kolozar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
No, 45.
could take a price.
as soon as I saw the 69 structure, I told him I was
I think
like,
Kolazar
"You need an hour."
having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long. too.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly
You can go
worse
to the button
post flop.
there, you don't
But,
have a reservation at
yeah,
the restaurant,
it's
so
pretty
you're
ace
gonna
jack
be
of
eating in
diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
It's not pumping enough just by
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolazar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here, little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolazar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently, so just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolazar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the old knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolazar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his. He checks back. Wonderful play.
Really,
Doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
what's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolazar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolazar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just in time to see the elimination of Tan Lee. Tens getting it all in against ace-6 offsuit. Ace-queen, jack, deuce, 3 runs out on the board with 4 clubs. And Ronnie will take that one down. Ronnie now has a fair chance of an even enough heads-up battle, it looks like. There you go. Basically, only a few big blinds separating them, 6 to be precise. We're going heads up for this brilliant title, €47,300. Both players have locked up 26-3. Ronnie is up against it, playing against one of the best players that plays the Kings on a frequent basis. This should be a very fun heads-up battle. One of these two remaining players will become your Czech Poker Masters main event champion. This is an extremely deep heads-up battle, by the way. Still 160 bigs in play, give or take. Still playing with a 50-minute clock. So this one could take quite some time. Ronnie Schubert doesn't have much on his hen and mob. Florent Balan over 700k in tournament live earnings. But heads up is a very volatile version of No Limit Hold'em. But anything can happen in this game. Always a surprise around the corner, Kings. Isn't that what we say, gang? Lauren Balan taking that one down. Away from Ronnie on the Jack 5 deuce. I see some comments on YouTube there regarding not looking at comments. I just happened to look at the break there. It's very hard for me to monitor two chats. There's no moderators on YouTube, so it's easier for me to communicate on one platform over at the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I see Kiwi Special there has been commenting there. We'll take it into consideration and try to get things updated for you on a quicker basis the next time. But it is very easy to just go over to Twitch and converse with us over there. Nice to see so many of you still tuning in. Ronnie just with a bluff catcher really here on this ace-5 king 10-4, but does make the call. Florin getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar early on in this heads-up battle. I see ISO CU is in the chat as well. What's up, buddy? Ronnie bumping it up against Florin. Florin getting out of the way with the 4 deuce. I don't know what the go-to strategy is here for Ronnie. Usually when you're playing against a pro, you want to be playing bigger pots, not smaller ones. Try put Florin in an uncomfortable position. Ronnie betting 1.5 mil on a 6-4 deuce. 2 hard flop, takes it down with the Jack 10. I don't think Balan's going to have it all his own way in this heads-up battle, by the way. We're only betting 2.5 million here on the turn. Lamb with a pair of sevens. Gonna call. River is the Queen of Hearts. Lamb with a real hand there, tens. $75 big blinds apiece. We see a call there on the river on the 5-8 ace-8 jack board, just with 10 high from floor, and a non-believer. Ronnie with the jack of spades. Bilan with the 7 of spades. Former king 7. Ronnie with the jack 10. Ace 6 5 all spades. A deal has not been reached. If there's somebody looking for a deal going on, there was none. We stay till the job's done. Bilan, min raising with the king 10 of diamonds takes that one down. Ronnie with ace king. 3-betting to 4.5 million. Very, very small sizing as a 3-bet here from Ronnie. Florence going to call a small c-bet of 3.5 million on the 10-7 deuce. A lot of backdoors can help Florin. That's not one of them. Gives top pair, top kicker to Ronnie. 17 million in this pot now. So he goes for a sizing of 4.5 million now. Quite a small sizing into 17 million pot. Expect to see him go a lot bigger on this board. Van lets that go, and that's a nice pot there for Ronnie. And with the blinds having gone up now, it's 70 bigs playing 50 pretty much. Florin Blan with 10-3, Ronnie with 10-7, King Queen 6 is the flop. Florin's just going to lead. Pair for Ronnie here. Balan with the king, queen of hearts. Ace, jack, 5. Balan with a very small 1.6 million bet. About a quarter pot. I like this sizing. For what it's worth. Two pair now for Ronnie. $6 million is the bet from Balan. Kind of just want to see Ronnie call again, even though his two pair is a little bit vulnerable on this board. Does raise to 14 million. I just want Balan to continue firing. So hard to make a hand heads up when we've got two pair. Yes, there's a lot of bad rivers, but I would prefer to just call. Now, having said that, a lot of ace, we unblock all the ace-x, so the ace-x is going to continue when we raise. Maybe raising's going to be totally fine. I'm being biased, as I can see the cards, which does tend to happen. Yeah, you don't really want to risk the river, go check, check there. The more I think about it, you can have like flush draws that will continue. A lot of ace-x. Ronnie now really pulling away. from Florin. Takes down another one. Fast approaching a 2-1 chip lead. Pretty epic start for Ronnie, all things considered. $78 bigs playing 47. Well, I'm betting 2.5 mil will take that one down with his top pair open ender. Ronnie checking it over on the turn now with the 8-5. His pair of fives, 8 kicker. Florin with the best hand. Ace of diamonds rolling off here on the turn. I think we want to bet here again. We could bet something like around 5 million, 6 million. Goes for 7. Very tough spot for Ronnie because even if he has the best hand now, there's going to be so many bad rivers. Ronnie did call on the turn, hoping to get the showdown. Florin takes a pop back and is now nipping on Ronnie's heels for the chip lead once more. Florin takes that one down with top pair. Florin with the queen 2 here on the 6-5-5-7. Ronnie with king jack. Does Florin want to continue barreling? Is he going to check back and try bluff the river? Here comes the 10. Ronnie checks. Florin gives up. Ronnie takes that one down. Ronnie with the best of it here. Milan does have a pair as well, but top pair for Ronnie on the 6, ace, 9, queen. 4.5 million is the bet. Florin calls the second time. Rivers the 4 dimes. Gives Ronnie 2 pair now. Milan bets 1.7 million on the King 8 deuce. Ronnie with top pair. What a river that is for Milan. And he's going to bet with his 2 pair. When he leads into us like this, I'll be going for a larger size and wants to make this somewhere around 10 million on top. There you have it. Really nice sizing here, 15 million. As for Ronnie, hard to fold 2 pair here. Not beating much now though, other than a bluff. Is Milan doing this with a hand that has a 10x or a blocker, something along those lines? I think he's going to have to call here. But he doesn't like it. Does call. Gets the bad news. Milan takes the chip lead once more. The rail getting a little bit rowdy. Ivar Tar says, hello, I am good. How are you? Just chilling. Richie says he's a bit sleepy. If you need to get out of here, Richie, you've done a fantastic job today. You bounce, man. No problem at all. Lamb betting 1.6 million. Ronnie is going to raise to 3.6 million. This doesn't make much sense to me. The line gets out of the way, and they are now dead even once again. $13.2 million. This pot now on the river. Milan gonna have to go for a bluff with just 6 high, missing everything. This should be just an easy enough call for Ronnie. It's going to be a big pot and a big swing in Ronnie's favor. Ronnie will eventually call. Now playing 75 bigs to Milan's 50. We'll see you around, Richie. Thanks a million for tuning in. Thank you for your help as our new moderator. Doesn't go unnoticed. Much appreciated. Ronnie 3-betting again, but just going for this really small size and out position against Florent Ballan. It's just not going to be a good strategy against a man of Florent Ballan's caliber. Ronnie bets 4 million on the King 9-4. Warren calls 1. Turn is the deuce of clubs. $20 million in this pot now. Turn goes check, check. River is the 6 of hearts. Ballan will be hoping to win a showdown. Ronnie wondering whether he's got the best hand or not. We're going to check call mode, I would think. Just wins that one now, and now playing almost 100 million in chips. And now Ronnie with a 2-1 chip lead. Bird says, running Ronnie. Richie says, big round of applause for Action Man Dan calling the action. Thank you very much, Richie. Ballan with the best of it here on the river. We'll take that one down. Well, I'm betting 2 million on the ace 4 deuce with the jack 9. Ronnie with the ace. 7. Goes for this raise again. Florin having a few spots where he just can't seem to get his C-bets through and missing boards, etc. They all add up and can be quite costly. 3 million now is the bet from Ronnie. Good shot, straight draw here for Balan. But lets it go. Roddy betting there and taking that one away from Balan. And look at the difference now. Ronnie in great shape. Balan with some work to do. Still a lot of chips in play. Balan's not going to be too worried with over 30 bigs still. Balan with two ladies. I believe we are going on a break here for about 15 minutes or so. What a frame or two it's been for Ronnie Schubert. Now 95 bigs. Storm Balan with 30. 3/4 of the chips in play belonging to Ronnie, but anything can happen in this volatile format of No Limit Hold'em. We're going on a break. We're going to come back, hopefully put a ribbon on this thing. This one could go on for quite some time yet. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Maldeep is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip, and many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
Yeah. Maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of
That's
his
true. Depends if you've done anything wrong.
exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah. Suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself.
Speculator.
Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice sized pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop, so...
Well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K
There we go.
into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet. It's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
That's right. I like just the call in here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage as it pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money in. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
You have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
Yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get the showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the 9s are able to get
Exact board you want to flop
face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself.
Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
Sevens now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani Open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K. Justin, not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends, the king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is a very milky.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3, and then, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
The milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it, maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
Yeah,
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
you know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those sevens find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings. On a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of like tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build the stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the Deeb and the over opening of Olszewski as well.
Look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack 5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing. Does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back.
Oh
and he
my
also
gosh.
finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, it's check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from D, be my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a bluff hand?
The reward for his efforts. No further poker for you, sir, in the main, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we pick things up here back at the feature where we've arrived on the turn with a seldom involved chip leading Michael Dick.
Looks like this
Squaring
probably
off
went
against jacks.
open call or maybe open 3-bet call. 'Cause the pot size was already 360 before that bet right there.
Krivsky showing no concerns about Queen X, or better for that matter. Barreling once more, does have that gut shot.
Wow. I feel like Dick must have a plan here. Not just to hit an ace.
I mean, the 9 would be an awful card for him.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7 on the river, and I'd like to believe, Justin, that your speculation is accurate, and reaching for chips definitely reinforces that it was the plan to flat and then to barrel a multitude of rivers. And you know, it's a little peculiar because just how do I describe this? Like, the vibe of this felt preordained, like almost like it didn't matter what the river was, I was going to do this. And then you ask yourself, well, why would that be? You know?
Yeah, like he didn't really put a whole lot of thought with the 7 peeling. And again, I think we missed the pre-flop action. Yeah, he sniffs it out, makes the call. But a lot of times when these obscure lines are taken, it's out of desperation instead of out of like a value thought.
Alrighty, folks. Was eating some late night dinner in the background there. Watching, keeping a close eye. We're only betting 5.1 million here as the blinds have gone up a few hands ago. Hope you're all enjoying this heads up battle. Flor and Balan battling hard. Ronnie in a great spot to take down this title, but anything can happen. Flor and Balan's not going to go quietly into the night, that's for bloody sure. Ronnie just needs to keep his foot on the gas for the most part. Doesn't want to slow down too much. Wants to put Balan in awkward situations because Balan will just whittle away at you until he's back in control. Ronnie over 100 million here. Balan with pocket eights. Just shy of 30 bigs to start the hand. Just a testament to how good these structures are that the average stack is still 75 million when we are heads up. The guts of 50 big blinds. Ronnie getting there on the river. Balan betting 5 million. Missing on the queen deuce. Queen 6. Ronnie snapping with the full house. Oh, Balan not going for a bluff there. Sorry. He had value. if you haven't had a chance to look on our website yet at the schedule coming up, we have one of our biggest ones of the entire year, the Euro Poker Millions 2 million guarantee. And that's starting basically today. The finals will be, just get up my calendar here, the 20th, 21st, and the 22nd is when I'm in the booth. 3 days in a row. At this point, Ronnie just really does not want to double up Florin. Florin with the min. Milan likes these leads where he can continue on certain turns and rivers. Ronnie is just going to call with the Jack 4 offsuit, the Robbie. Turn goes check, check in record time. Just with 7 high, Milan has to try buy this pot. Very nice play there by Florin Milan. Aces for Bilan. Ronnie with the Jack 8, and he's cut a piece of it on the 9. 8-5. Flop. Bilan with the Ace of Diamonds. Probably just checking Ronnie's shoes here. Maybe he's not wearing shoes. Maybe he's just wearing sandals. $3.8 million is the bet. And this time I'm not the biggest fan of Bilan's raise to 11 million. I am if Ronnie continues. With that Ace of Diamonds, I just don't think we need to do this. It is a very wet board. But I don't think Ronnie is going to go anywhere, and therefore Florin Bilan is the best. Stack to pot ratio now less than 1-1. Action killer. Bilan just going for the lot here on the river, 28.1 million. Ronnie just with a bluff catcher. I think this would be a huge call here from Ronnie, and I wouldn't really like it. It's easy for me to say. I can see the cards. Just don't see Florin taking this line with much bluffs in his range on this run out on the river. What do you think he's going to do here, folks? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. Talking to him. Does eventually let it go. Florin gets some well-needed chips and is now playing 37 big blinds against 56. Binsberg says clock OMG fold for sure. It seemed like at no point did I think he was like definitely going to call, but he was mulling it over for so long. I've seen one chip get flicked in as a call multiple times in this tournament already, so it wouldn't have shocked me. Having said that, the way that hand played out would be a very loosey-goosey call there on the river. Milan just doesn't check raise the flop, check the turn, and then jam the river on a four-liner like that as a bluff, in my opinion. Oh, this could be a big pot. Ronnie with kings, Balan with 2 pair. 7-6-5. $4 million is the bet from Ronnie. Smallish sizing into this pot where it's disconnected. Florin could call or raise, decides to call. Now, 18.8 million in the pot. 56 million left in Balan's stack. If I'm trying to get the money in by the river in Ronnie's shoes here, I'm betting no less than about 12 to 14 million. That looks like a very small bet again. 5.5. We got a good hand. We want to play a big pot with it. We're out of position as well. So we do see another call. Now there's 30 million in this pot. Any 4 makes it straight. I'm Ronnie going for tiny sizing again, 5.5 million. Perhaps if that was a different river, we would see a lot more money go in. Big boy pot for Florin Balan nonetheless. Takes the chip lead once again. 54 bigs playing 40. Len Kang says Bilan isn't a good heads-up player. Well, he's a very, very good poker player. I wouldn't take anything away from him. He's always been in the small ball. He can't be so good at whittling away at people's stacks. He's so good at applying pressure when he's got all the chips. And he's really good. Time and time again, I've seen him with a middling stack or a short stack, and he just doesn't let it affect him. In a situation like this, when we're a little bit deeper, he could go for some larger sizings if I had a criticism. But against Ronnie, he wants to keep peppering him with the jab. But don't think it's that he's bad at heads up. A lot of players just don't have enough hands playing heads up or enough experience. It's part of the game we need to work more on. More on, not more on. Well, I'm betting 4 million here. Ronnie with kings once again from the big blind. Is he going to call or raise? Looks like he's got raising chips in hand. Raise to 9 million. $6 million is the bet from Ronnie. Bilan not going anywhere for that small sizing. Big River card coming up with 40 million in the pot. And it's a jack. Like, oh, he's going to check. Okay. I was going to say, now do we if we want to make a bet here, we want to just jam for pot. Make our hand look like a busted straight draw, busted flush draw. If Bilan bets somewhere around half pot here, he's just going to get snapped off. That looks to be right around half pot. Needs to turn over his hand. Ronnie must have said he'd kings or something. Something weird happened there. Form bet 17. Ronnie says call. Must have said kings. Because he didn't turn over his hand that quickly. It puts Ronnie back in pole position here, basically 100 million playing 50. Lands like, what the hell do I have to do? $3.7 million is the bet here on the turn on the deuce, 10-4 king. Balan with top pair. Bird wondering, will it ever end? It's not about the destination, it's about the journey, right? And Ronnie not connecting with that board. Florm will take down another one. Narrowing the gap. He's playing 30 bigs again. Lamb with 24 bigs now, ace-8 off suit. Completes. Ronnie with the best hand here, 10 million in the pot. Jack 4 deuce 7-7. We go for the thinnest of value, the smallest of pairs. And he is going to pick up yet another penguin and is now playing 107 million to Florence 42. Milan raising to 7 million and Ronnie calling with the 10-4. Milan just can't catch a break. Ronnie with top pair. Gonna very quickly go check. Milan will be hoping to win a showdown here. I actually thought we might see him just bet the flop. Gonna bet 4 million. Good card for him to rep. Ronnie checking it back on the river, happy to take that one down, and now he's got Florent Bilan right where he wants him. In around 15 bigs remaining. What a heads-up battle it's been. Live for just over 10 hours now. Hope you've enjoyed the action throughout the day. Massive thanks to the moderators and everyone that's tuned in. Your support means the world to me and indeed the King's production team, who work around the clock to make this all possible. Ronnie betting 4 mil. Let's it go. You can see the frustration on his face. He's so good at not showing how he feels about certain things in this game. It will take a lot to really get this man tilted, but he was in pole position to take this one down, and it slipped away from him. So many hands, so many boards where it just didn't go his way. Bet didn't work here. Bluff didn't work there. Couldn't hit one of his draws. Forced the call down. All of these things add up. No, Ronnie. 62 bigs. Just 12 bigs remaining for Florin. Thirteen bigs here for Florin. We'll call. Ronnie has King Jack. He's just had Florin's number throughout this heads-up match. Remember, no deal took place as well, so this is a heads-up battle for basically €20,000 and change. Balan's decided to move over the top for 13 bigs. Can't blame him, and Ronnie's not going to be folding this with King Jack, surely. He's up out of his seat. He's going to give it a little bit of consideration, but with this much of an advantage chip-wise, I don't see in a situation where Ronnie's going to fold this. And here we go. Ronnie a 2-1 favourite to eliminate the phenom that is Florin Balan right here, right now. 54 million in this pot. Balan wins this, he's right back in it. Doesn't get there, and Ronnie is your Czech Poker Masters champion. No help to Florin Balan in the slightest. Needs a lady or a 10 and needs one fast. Turn is a 9 of clubs. No good to Belen. Ronnie has the jack of clubs. 1 card to come. It's an ace. Ace of hearts rolls off. Florin Belen has lost heads up. Unbelievable score for him again, nonetheless. So many deep runs, this guy. Definitely becoming part of the furniture. But this moment belongs to Ronnie Schubert. Take nothing away from him. A recreational, very little cashes on his Hendon mob. Has become the Czech Poker Masters main event champion live from the King's Resort in Rosendorf. What a day of poker that was. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. Check us out on all the usual social media platforms. No comms next weekend, but the European Poker Millions has just started. So see you back in the boot for 3 long action-packed days, the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd of July. We're going to let you try and enjoy this moment. Let's get out of here. Wow. If you want to find out any additional information, head over to the King's Resort website. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night. Great to see how much that moment meant to Ronnie, by the way, before I get out of here. Show all the emotions. You love to see it. See you in the next one. Over and out.